Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Lang Zi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6-star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Fan Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6-star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf's body. He Lang Zi could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. He Lang Zi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf's speed. Its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf's soul-damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, He Lang Zi understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop He Lang Zi from using his goo worms. He shouted at Fan Yuan. Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish. As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble! Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Fan Yuan's 6-star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. He Lang Zi regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl! A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf. It was a lightning-flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerine statue wolfine dove was thin and weak, but the lightning-flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Daos so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Fan Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with He Lang Zi, Fan Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause He Lang Zi's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. He Lang Zi would not give Fan Yuan this chance. Moreover, Fan Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from Northern Plains. His battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Fan Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Fan Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face and many star path killer moves. After a while, boom! With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Fan Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning. The wounds were charred black. There was no blood. This helped Fan Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning-flash giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke. Not a battlefield killer move, you want to trap me? Humph. You are too naive, die. Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fan Yuan with an imposing aura. Fan Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light. His eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. Hee, it is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fan Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. One body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle. Because he was wary of the strength path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered, countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Langzi activated his defense, resisting Fan Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fan Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Langzi attacked left and right. He killed a total of 8 Fan Yuan phantom stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fan Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fan Yuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. He Langzi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves. They expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fan Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fan Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, He Langzi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it! This lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf? He Langzi gritted his teeth. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful. The Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Langzi could turn from the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used the lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Langzi's body. That was why He Langzi had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if He Langzi wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerine statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. He Langzi was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Shuizongzi, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Baixing. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fan Yuan who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 illusion star bodies all used Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fan Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. He Langzi did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Langzi's strength, he had to endure Fan Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fan Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Langzi was hesitating, Hui Fengzi suddenly attacked. Fan Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fan Yuan was shocked. The moment Fan Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Hui Fengzi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fan Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Fengzi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path Gu immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fan Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fan Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fan Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fan Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb He Lang Zi. If He Lang Zi was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fan Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wan Xiang's inheritance. It could allow Fan Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. After the replacement, the original phantom star body would vanish. Other than Fan Yuan's true body, there were only 4 phantom star bodies left. But soon, Fan Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Lang Zi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched. They seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2 star path killer moves, the current Fan Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or He Lang Zi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Fan Yuan and He Lang Zi were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape? The number 1 movement killer move in Northern Plains. In an instant, Fan Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Langia. Chapter 885. When Fan Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Langia, otherwise he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang. But danger did not mean it was impossible. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Fengzi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked. The 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langia instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langia spoke, Fan Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu immortal in the cloud building. Fan Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics: black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have 1 Gu immortal? The Inkman City Lord Mo Tan sang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Langya Blessed Land is in danger. Fan Yuan guessed. Inkmen are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu immortals. Inkman City being able to hide one Gu immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Langya Blessed Land, they sent out 2 Gu immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Mo Tan Sang is quite confident in the land spirit of Langya. Fan Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu immortal only nodded at Fan Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Fan Yuan. It was no wonder. Fan Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu immortal. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Gu immortals for generations. Without the protection of Gu immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Gu immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Gu immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Fan Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Fan Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Fan Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Langya, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly! They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fan Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Langya's words should not be false. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy Gu immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak, as if he was about to die. It was He Cheng. The other was dressed in armor. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Fan Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 Gu immortal Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baixing. In Fan Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baixing was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to fight, Fan Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Fan Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle, he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kenyan Lao Jun, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi, and Free Scholar. Although he killed Shui Song Zi earlier, that was because his luck was good, his plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Lang Zi, even though the situation was in a stalemate, He Lang Zi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Lang Zi still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Baixing's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, even a tiger will become a sick cat." He seemed to have some powerful methods, but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Langia enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Langia had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman Gu Immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them. Try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Langia." The Inkman Gu Immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. "Fan Yuan, prepare to attack at any time." The land spirit of Langia turned around and instructed. Fan Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, "With my star path methods, I can still contend with people like Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Bai Xing, I have to use my full strength. Just relying on my star path cultivation is not enough." Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. "What is this?" The terrifying pressure caused Fan Yuan and the land spirit of Langia's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baixing stood proudly in the air. He Qing behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baixing's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baixing had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast! What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Qing was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of He Qing suppressing He Lang Zi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out, and was just about to speak. Qin Baixing attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying! This Qin Baixing's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei. He is on the same level as Feng Jioge. Quickly retreat! Fan Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia also reacted at the same time. When Fan Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fan Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fan Yuan and the land spirit of Langia, he was surprised. Fan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Baixing, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. The land spirit of Langia was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He looked at the stranger Fan Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fan Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tansang did not investigate Fan Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Langia with concern. The land spirit of Langia did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fan Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tansang in a heavy tone. That Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Baixing. This battle strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead? He was killed by Qin Baixing in one move? Mo Tansang's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tansang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals. Now only Mo Tansang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Baixing be so strong? Mo Tansang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langia. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langia, "Lord Land Spirit of Langia, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal goo of these goo immortals? Rank 8 immortal goo house. Refinement cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langia?" Hearing this immortal goo house can forcefully refine other people's immortal goo. Fan Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could resist the invasion of so many goo immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jioge would die here. With this rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal goo of the goo immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But goo immortals could only use immortal goo and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal goo were refined, then the goo immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could capture so many goo immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal goo house could refine the immortal goo of other goo immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Long Hair Ancestor was the creator of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine goo, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langia ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tan Sang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langia so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of Northern Plains, even Langia blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance? Fan Yuan had a heavy heart. Chapter 886. Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall, for rank 8 goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiuxing, and Bai Qin Tian, stood in 4 different directions. The huge goo formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path goo formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female goo immortal Bai Tsang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path goo formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Goo, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path goo formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed Bai Tsang Shui's expression. He spoke. Fairy Tsang Shui, if you want this refinement path goo formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it. Bai Tsang Shui's expression changed. She knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her. This was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo. She could not look at the refinement path goo formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Tsang Shui bowed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing. This refinement path goo formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path goo immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This goo formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal goo house. Fairy Tsang Shui's gaze was bright. But this goo formation cannot be raised into an immortal goo house. The white-haired young man, Lian Jiuxing, replied with a smile. Oh? Why is that? Bai Tsang Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal goo. Fairy Tsang Shui does not know. This refinement path goo formation is only an imitation of Long Hair Ancestors' rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron by predecessors of Celestial Court. Lian Jiuxing slowly explained, revealing a secret. And this refinement cauldron? Now, it is still preserved in Langya Blessed Land, the core immortal goo are all there. Is that so? Bai Tsang-shui's face dimmed. Immortal goo were unique, refinement cauldrons still existed. Celestial quartz goo formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this goo formation, using other immortal goo as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, Long-Hair Ancestor was able to complete 88-point Jinyang Tower and the Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. Other than being a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster friend, Immortal Yen. Lian Jiuxing sighed. Immortal Yen was the founder of the Prophecy of Three Venerables. A true Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, his predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yen, Long-Hair Ancestor. Bai Tsang-shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb Long-Hair Ancestor into the Celestial Court? He was a Refinement Path Grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level, he was not an invincible rank 9 Goo Immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, our Celestial Court has our methods. We could change his Northern Plains aura to Central Continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like Long-Hair Ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't Celestial Court take him in? Lian Jiuxing was also puzzled. Bai Qingtian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because Long-Hair Ancestor is not a pure human, he is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? Oh? There was actually such a thing. Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man? The other 3 Goo Immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Originally, there were 5 cloud buildings, but 3 had already been destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Baixing's side, Shui Songzi died. On Land Spirit of Langya's side, an Ingman Goo Immortal also died. Qin Baixing burst out with terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Langya, Fan Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Langya to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them. Damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Langya Blessed Land. Who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven? That lunatic's ambition is too great. He will definitely bring destruction to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was fuming with anger. He was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fan Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tan Sang was truly uneasy. That Inkman Goo Immortal had already died. If he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Ink men in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of Goo Immortals, the Ink men in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending. They would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are depending on you. Long-Hair Ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully. You must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tan Sang approached Land Spirit of Langya and urged, "Don't force me, don't force me." Land Spirit of Langya grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tan Sang was even more anxious. He grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Langya, quickly wake up. Ah! Land Spirit of Langya seemed to have reached his limit. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom! A fierce power suddenly erupted from Land Spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard. He coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. he was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not Land Spirit of Langia? Amo Tansang's eyes were wide open. He shouted at Land Spirit of Langia in disbelief. Land Spirit of Langia originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now, his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty. He was about the same height as Fan Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. The muscles on his body bulged. He was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair. The brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. A pair of eyes, filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, Land Spirit of Langia changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in Land Spirit of Langia, Fan Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps. He stared at Land Spirit of Langia with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia slowly raised his head. He looked down at Amo Tansang, who was sitting on the ground by the wall. His tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not Land Spirit of Langia? He, how many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation, humph, because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land Spirit of Langia said until here. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted. How many years has it been? He breathed in deeply. His face was filled with excitement and malevolence. He clenched his fists. The bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Amo Tansang's thighs. I am finally back! Fan Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. He was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. You two don't need to be suspicious. I am Land Spirit of Langia. I am the real deal. Land Spirit of Langia suddenly raised his head. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fan Yuan and Amo Tansang. My main body is a hairy man. After I died, I had 2 obsessions. However, there was only one Earth spirit, and these 2 obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the Land Spirit of Langia. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space escape immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langia snorted coldly, explaining. 2 obsessions. Amo Tansang's expression froze. Fan Yuan was much faster than him. He immediately asked. Then, Land Spirit of Langia, what is your condition? Earlier, for the Land Spirit of Langia to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fan Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the Land Spirit of Langia's appearance had changed. According to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. Humph! You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man Land Spirit of Langia stared at Fan Yuan. His tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fan Yuan was not angry. The Land Spirit of Langia crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men. You will have to beg for our favor. You will be as lowly as an ant. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the Land Spirit of Langia. Ha! Amo Tansang was dazed. Fan Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fan Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. 2 obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder Long Hair Ancestor is called Long Hair, he is a hairy man. So that's it, Long Hair Ancestor is extremely talented, but in history, there are no records of him being recruited by the Celestial Court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the Land Spirit of Langia, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fan Yuan started to believe the words of the land spirit of Langia. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process, through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after Long-Hair Ancestor died, he had 2 obsessions. One was the Refinement Path obsession. It was related to Space Escape Immortal Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. He felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans. That was why he had such an intense obsession. Fan Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The land spirit of Langia in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now, what attitude would the new land spirit of Langia have towards the pure human Fan Yuan? Chapter 887. Don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The land spirit of Langia stared at Fan Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone. Even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fan Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. Humph, you were able to grow to your current level. You have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The land spirit of Langia said coldly. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The land spirit of Langia did not hesitate, immediately replying. But rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. The road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Langia in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational. He had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Mo Tan Sang quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Langia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice. First, I will use benefits to gather a group of human Gu immortals. Using humans to deal with humans, I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human Gu immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets, ahaha! Towards the end, he pointed at Fan Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fan Yuan, Mo Tan sang. The land spirit could not lie indeed. He actually exposed his own scheme. It was all exposed. At the next moment, the land spirit of Langia also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end. He rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no! Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fan Yuan, Mo Tanzang. As for you, Inkman Gu Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Langia's gaze shifted from Fan Yuan to Mo Tanzang. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you've proposed. Especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan, your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Mo Tan Sang's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Langia, Zhang Hanyang nodded. Mo Tan Sang suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fan Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this Star Path Gu immortal in front of him was the Fan Yuan that he knew. Ha! The land spirit of Langia thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic ink men! That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord, we need to make use of these ink men, feather men and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves, and squeeze out their value. Of course. These Inkmen of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of immortal Yi Yan's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the ink men, haha. This idea is too good. Fan Yuan, Emotan sang. The land spirit of Langia saw their speechless expressions, and was slightly stunned, before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fan Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langia become the overlord of hairy men? Emotan sang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langia. Qin Baixing quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baixing had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fan Yuan's side. Qin Baixing squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer's shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move, City Shattering Hammer. How dare you! At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit did not dodge, he faced the giant golden hammer head on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land Spirit of Langia? Seeing the land spirit of Langia's change in appearance, even the mysterious shadow sex vice leader Qin Baixing showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me! The land spirit of Langia shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up. He directly charged towards Qin Baixing. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langia. His temperament was simply two extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fan Yuan and Emotan sang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Langia, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Baixing had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langia was not afraid at all. He Qing, who was at the side, was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baixing's strength, the land spirit of Langia had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baixing, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langia blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langia. Soul Suppression was Qin Baixing's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression to suppress He Lang Zi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkman Gu immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path killer move to behead the Inkman Gu immortal. But against the land spirit of Langia now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Langia was a special existence. He did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality. He did not have a real body. nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baixing had soul suppression, he could speak like a river, he could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langia did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly, to the land spirit of Langia, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baixing was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langia was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langia was planning. Once Qin Baixing retreated, the land spirit of Langia's aura surged, he became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, great thousand spears. Immortal killer move, triple desolation. Immortal killer move, chaotic lightning starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself, his entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless great thousand spears, but Qin Baixing's hair was covered in a layer of white frost, his lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer move Triple Desolation. Great thousand spears were like a torrential storm, they were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks, they were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baixing's skin. The land spirit of Langia raised his head and roared. Countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, yellowwood rustling. Immortal killer move, defeat blood flying smoke. Immortal killer move, immortal slaughtering beheading blade. Wood path killer move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade path killer move, unstoppable, the blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a blood path killer move, a blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baixing's waist. Qin Baixing was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langia roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move, shattered ice armor. Immortal killer move, chaotic hole drill. Immortal killer move, wishful shadow sword. Ice path, space path, and dark path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baixing was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat again. The more Langia land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became, his immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baixing was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baixing retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Langia was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated, they fought for tens of li in one breath. He Qing, Fan Yuan, and Mo Tan Seng, who were watching the battle, were dumbstruck. Langia Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep, it had many immortal goo, long hair ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves. He also had heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Langia land spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fan Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Langia could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Chapter 888. Bam Bam Bam! Countless immortal killer moves appeared one after another in the hands of land spirit of Langia. Wood path, fire path, water path, ice path, space path, time path, and other attacks were like fireworks in the sky, they were dazzling but contained fatal danger. Even someone as strong as Qin Baixing could only defend for a moment, he could not retaliate. Is this still a land spirit? It is too ferocious. He Qing watched as Qin Baixing was suppressed, and the land spirit of Langia roared as it chased after him, his throat turned dry. Are you done messing around? Suddenly, Qin Baixing let out a long cry. In the sky, a sunlight golden radiance blossomed. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Boundless heat gushed out along with the golden light, filling the sky and earth in the blink of an eye. The temperature rose rapidly, heaven and earth were about to evaporate. Soul path and metal path, dual path immortal killer move, burning soul supreme gold. The land spirit of Langia was very special, it did not fear the burning of the soul, but burning soul supreme gold was an extremely rare and precious immortal killer move that combined offense and defense. Once this move was used, Qin Baixing seemed to have turned into a miniature sun. He shone upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. All of the attacks of the land spirit of Langia were disintegrated. If it were an ordinary opponent, with the land spirit's crazy attacks, they might really be able to kill the old master. But his opponent was not an ordinary Gu immortal. He was the vice envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing blocked countless killer moves, slowly accumulating some time to catch his breath. He finally found a chance to erupt. Once he made a move, the attacks of the land spirit of Langia suffered a severe setback. Next, he would use a powerful counterattack. Compared to him, the land spirit of Langia had many advantages. Its foundation was deep and powerful. But it was not a Gu immortal after all, it lacked battle wisdom. For example, these immortal killer moves that he used. Even though they were powerful, they did not coordinate with each other. There were even internal disturbances that expended a lot of power. In this regard, Fan Yuan was better than him. Whether it was the combination of the nebula grindstone, the star snake rope, or the combination of the 6 illusionary star bodies and the position shift, they were all enough for him to learn from the land spirit of Langia. Land spirits were after all just an obsession left behind by a Gu immortal after death. It was a special existence formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. If the land spirit had Fan Yuan's intelligence, once it had the advantage just now, Qin Baixing would not be able to turn the situation around. However, the land spirit was not Fan Yuan, so Qin Baixing waited for the right time to counterattack. The scorching soul supreme metal had become the turning point of the battle. The land spirit of Langia's attack was blocked. Qin Baixing immediately seized the initiative, and did not hand over the initiative. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. The land spirit of Langia retreated step by step and was suppressed by Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's attack frequency was less than 10% of the land spirit of Langia. But every time he attacked, every immortal killer move had good coordination with each other. It was like layers upon layers of traps that restricted the land spirit of Langia. The deeper he sank, the more he could not turn the situation around and wait for any opportunity. Qin Baixing had rich battle experience. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. His steadiness was accompanied by ruthlessness. The eyelids of Fan Yuan, He Qing, and Mo Tan Sang were twitching. "What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set." Mo Tan Sang asked Fan Yuan with an anxious expression. Fan Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langia charged out without even saying a word, risking its life. It was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Baixing's soul pressure, but Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fan Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tan Sang glanced at Fan Yuan. Seeing that this unfamiliar Gu immortal had no intention of joining the battle, he could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langia was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the ink men. But Mo Tan Sang was a formidable character. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyan's influence to revitalize the Inkman race. Even if the land spirit of Langia's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tan Sang, the brand new land spirit of Langia was more beneficial to the Inkman race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tan Sang was moved. But Qin Baixing was too strong. Mo Tan Sang did not want the land spirit to die. But he was wary of Qin Baixing. He wanted to drag Fan Yuan down with him. Fan Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langia might be an opportunity for Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, he did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice, or the benefits were too great. Now, he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tan Sang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tan Sang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, he could retreat. Thus, he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom! The land spirit of Langia was directly hit by Qin Baisheng's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langia sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely, but could not move. It's over. Qin Baisheng's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Baisheng retracted all of his aura, his hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time, he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tan Sang felt something was amiss, and immediately shouted. Fan Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baisheng. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baisheng was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly, Qin Baisheng's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose, from his chest to his shoulder, to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baisheng's eyes were closed, there was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tan Sang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baisheng would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse, even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langia sensed the greatest danger, it struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move! Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baisheng is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, how can he know it? Fan Yuan gulped, he felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move, 5-finger fist heart sword. 1 finger. Qin Baisheng suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast. 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 The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langia's forehead. The land spirit of Langia struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving. His body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baisheng, who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Langia struggled even more crazily, like it was electrocuted. If it was Fan Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Langia was a special existence, it did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Baisheng raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist, it was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langia's right arm. The land spirit of Langia screamed miserably, Its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's left arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably. Its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him! Once the land spirit of Langya dies, we are all finished! Amo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn. His body was like steel. He did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Langya. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fan Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fan Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Langya blessed land. 4 fingers. At this time, Qin Baixing raised his right ring finger. Save me! The land spirit of Langya could not stay calm. It screamed with all its might. Let's fight! Amo Tan Sang shouted at Fan Yuan. He immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang! A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Langya, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fan Yuan was still in the cloud building. He sensed the unfamiliar aura. Bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Langya blessed land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Langya. Amo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks. He took a look and cried out. So many hairy man Gu immortals? Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man Gu immortal who saved the land spirit of Langya was the only rank 7, the other 8 hairy man Gu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief. How can this be? With so many hairy man Gu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed. Amo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fan Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man Gu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langya. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baixing slowly opened his eyes. He retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langya. Now that these hairy man Gu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong! Fan Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the 2 Langya land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Baixing's motive. Don't tell me, the other party's true motive is not Langya blessed land? Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man Gu immortals in Langya blessed land, but why did the land spirit of Langya not let them show up? Fan Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Langya was likely to have sent all of the hairy man Gu immortals into the cauldron. Long hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Langya loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man Gu immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, immortal Gu houses also needed Gu immortals to control them. Moreover, the more Gu immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal Gu house. When Tai Bai Yunxing was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu blessed land and met with difficulties, all of the Gu immortals worked together to activate the immortal Gu house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the Gu immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man Gu immortals there were, the stronger refinement cauldron immortal Gu house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was almost certain. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Langya had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal Gu of the invading Gu immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Langya in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man Gu immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fan Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Baixing, He Qing, and the hairy man Gu immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Plop. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Langya was that rank 7 hairy man Gu immortal. He fell to the ground. Demao! Demao! The hairy man Gu immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Demao, Demao, what happened to you, Demao? A female hairy man Gu immortal knelt beside Demao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi. He was already dead. Demao, Demao, you can't die. Great hair! The female hairy man Gu immortal cried out. Her face was covered in tears. She had a mental breakdown. Mao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Mao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Baixing, many hairy man Gu immortals turned around and went to second hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man Gu immortals also shed tears. They were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Langya did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man Gu immortals. He was simply trash. Oh no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man Gu immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Langya as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in Gu refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Langya's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man Gu immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man Gu immortal who had died with grievances. Ah no! The female hairy man Gu immortal called second hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Mao's corpse. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man Gu immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baixing with teary eyes, complaining. Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent Gu immortals like you? We have no enmity. Why did you attack us? Why did you kill innocent Gu immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully? Hearing this, Mo Tan Sang and Fan Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man Gu immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Langya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baixing sneered. Impossible! Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and looked at Qin Baixing angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm. He had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal Gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me. I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baixing sneered. He paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first. Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fan Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Langya was not at its wit's end yet. Fan Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble! The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fan Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baixing snorted in his heart. He looked at Fan Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed, the fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building, the other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi, it had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fan Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baixing looked around, he sneered in disdain. Laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head, looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire. Come, refinement cauldron! At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and fairy Jianyu in the other 2 directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack, crack! Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is? Mo Tanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Langya blessed land, such a grand creation, I only saw the surface? At this moment, even Fan Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down, they saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean, there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains, and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog, countless lifeforms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants. There were many lifeforms, they formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters, they were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains, and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea, their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement, they competed with their conscience, they lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? And Mo Tan Sang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space, is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. He Qing saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Langya blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fan Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fan Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half? Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fan Yuan's eyes widened slightly, he licked his lips and shouted in his heart. How much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man Gu immortals and so many outstanding hairy man Gu masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men. Rumble! The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baixing stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and Gu worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of refinement cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch refinement cauldron? Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation. Yes, Lord Land Spirit. The hairy man-gu immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly. Amo Tan sang, Fan Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy man-gu immortals. It will be up to the three of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die. Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered intensely. He hesitated internally. But in the end, he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy man-gu immortals. And Mo Tan Sang did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya shouted. Countless gu worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy man-gu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of gu worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. And Mo Tan Sang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fan Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fan Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fan Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langya. He came to the center with Mo Tan Sang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fan Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle I, Mo Tan Sang, will represent Northern Plains Ingman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fan Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langya. The other hairy man-gu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tan Sang. Instead, they looked at Fan Yuan, this hairy man-gu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly, and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langya did not criticize Fan Yuan for turning into a hairy man-gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart, he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fan Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense, the three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle, the land spirit of Langya said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional gu formation. All the gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langya. They each occupied a formation core of the gu formation. At the same time, Fan Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, the land spirit, and the hairy man-gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of gu immortal Heiqing, the land spirit of Langya's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave, sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fan Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw Heiqing's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Baixing had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langya, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation. Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined, as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together, with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this." They were not afraid of Qin Baixing's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Baixing's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fan Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Baixing's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands? Qin Baixing watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. He Qing sighed. But it is not strange. Long-hair ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baixing sighed lightly, ordering. He Qing's expression froze. He looked at Qin Baixing in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baixing snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant. I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baixing's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Qing could not reject. He Qing squinted. His breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd. He knew that Qin Baixing was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Qing was furious, but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baixing's hands. Qin Baixing promised huge benefits. He Qing had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Langya commanded as he shouted. Heavenly Giant Solar, attack! Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baixing. Because Qin Baixing was trying to retrieve the rank 8 immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Qing suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baixing. He Qing looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm, a black pearl appeared. It was the size of a rice bowl. It was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu House, Dark Prison. He Qing first let out the sharp-tusked boar, before entering the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Boom! With a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar. The pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar cried out in pain. Its huge boar head was covered in blood. One of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back. There was a dent in its chest. But soon, after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed. There were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous Gu immortal, he turned a Gu immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langya was very unhappy. He cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power. The main reason was because these hairy man Gu immortals were dragging it down. Amo Tan sang, "You will be the main attacker this time!" Land Spirit of Langya shouted angrily, before instructing fiercely. Use your signature killer move! Understood. Amo Tan Sang immediately responded with a solemn expression. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi Explosion Roar. And in He Chang's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn. Its right head was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised, its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp-tusked boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of He Chang's heart. He Chang wanted to summon the sharp-tusked boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power! He Chang's expression changed. Fan Yuan was moved. An incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Amo Tan Sang and the Hairy Man Gu immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. He Chang's heart was cold. Against this silver giant, even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison! He Chang growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war. They could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Gu immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Chapter 891. As the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison crashed towards the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, the silver giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon, it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest. Its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the silver giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison tore through the air, getting close. The silver giant used the star cloud grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, Dark Prison was absorbed by the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison charged out like a raging bull. The silver giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and Dark Prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, Dark Prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, Dark Prison Immortal Gu House crashed into the 5th Earth Veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the silver giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though Dark Prison was an Immortal Gu House, the only Gu immortal using it was He Chang. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solo was very similar to an Immortal Gu House. The more Gu immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the two. Immortal goo houses did not have strict requirements for the goo immortals' paths and cultivation level. But battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar Battle Formation required the goo immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the Silver Giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fan Yuan displayed Star Path strength, and Mo Tan Sang was Chi Path. Land Spirit of Langya was a special existence, while the other Hairy Man Goo Immortals were Refinement Path Goo Immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many Hairy Men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the Silver Giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but immortal goo houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of goo cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote Antiquity era and Olden Antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the Olden Antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and goo worms were only the foundation, the goo cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom! 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 Qin Baixing placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense, he raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing goo worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, these goo worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baixing's hands one by one. Qin Baixing had an extraordinary aura. He could easily take down these goo worms. Right now, his aura was vast. He was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal. Plucking the moon and stars, he gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting goo worms with him were the mysterious black-robed goo immortals and Fairy Jianyu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal goo house refinement cauldron. We cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, the entirety of Langya blessed land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the Silver Giant blocked Immortal Goo House Dark Prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times, the Silver Giant tried to get close to Qin Baixing under the Land Spirit's control, but was blocked by He Qing. Boom! At this time, there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an immortal goo appeared in the shattered space. Good! Qin Baixing saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal goo belonged to Land Spirit of Langya, but it could not resist at all. Qin Baixing easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Baixing had some special method to seize other people's immortal goo. Once this immortal goo was lost, there was a huge impact. Langya blessed land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away, at the edge of the world, there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk, the seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Baixing obtained an immortal goo, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land? Fan Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart. He had some vague guesses. Stop right now! Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. The other Hairy Man Goo Immortals were also very worried. Taking away the immortal goo would have a huge impact on Langya blessed land. it was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents. But Dark Prison blocked the Silver Giant, and Qin Baixing set up defensive methods around it. It was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal Gu were taken away by Qin Baixing one after another. Langya Blessed Land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals. Mortals suffered. Fan Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Langya Blessed Land's true space far surpassed ordinary Blessed Lands. It could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Langya Blessed Land was only a blessed land. Then how did Land's spirit of Langya do it? Fan Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus, he thought of it. Land's spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal Gu into the world of the immortal aperture. This way, the Tao mark fragments in the immortal Gu would become the immortal apertures. This way, the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baixing forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. If the immortal Gu inside were lost, Langya Blessed Land would lose a large number of Tao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fan Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Langya Blessed Land could use the Tao marks in the immortal Gu to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous land spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way, the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous land spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man Gu immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the land spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. Get lost! The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal Gu house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal Gu house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Qing was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal Gu house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Qing gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal Gu houses are made from a few immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu. As long as the immortal Gu are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal Gu as they are expended. If an immortal Gu house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal Gu house? He Qing shouted from inside the immortal Gu house. You are right. Land Spirit of Langya spoke, agreeing to He Qing's words. He Qing was stunned, his expression changed. He found that many Gu worms in his Dark Prison immortal Gu house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Langya. Among them, there were even 2 immortal Gu. He Qing was right. If an immortal Gu house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal Gu house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron lost many Gu worms and even lost some immortal Gu, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's Gu worms would still be effective. Ha ha ha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man Gu immortals in my refinement cauldron. With them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal Gu house? Land Spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Langya Blessed Land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man Gu immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time, Qin Baixing smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man-gu immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baixing. Greetings to Lord Vice-Envoy. These 2 hairy man-gu immortals who were guarding Refinement Cauldron were actually Shadow Sect spies in Langya Blessed Land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land's spirit of Langya's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man-gu immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man-gu immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man-gu immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baixing, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land's spirit of Langya's side. Especially those hairy man-gu immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. Hei Qing obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baixing collected the gu worms at an even faster speed. Land's spirit of Langya's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot, it was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Kill them all! Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men! Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power. It is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langya Blessed Land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land's spirit of Langya tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man-gu immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man-gu immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation, they made up their minds to fight to the death. The silver giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, Hei Qing's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Gu Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fan Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Gu Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fan Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, and Land Spirit of Langya. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man-gu immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Fan Yuan and the rest. The silver giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the silver giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. Hei Qing had to retreat. 2 hairy man-gu immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baixing. However, the silver giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him! Land Spirit of Langya ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Baixing, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man-gu immortals could not react in time, the silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, 2 figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi, who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man-gu immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain-like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 Gu Immortals and a rank 6 Immortal Gu House engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man-gu Immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought. Even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Baixing had no choice but to stop 3 times. He moved away from the silver giant's pursuit. His expression was extremely pale. Immortal killer move, myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long. At this moment, he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's 4 arms were raised high before slamming down. Boom, 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. 4 large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the Gu Immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, escaping with all his might. He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered, that part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. Hei Cheng hesitated slightly. 2 strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble! With a loud sound, the 2 strength path hands broke apart. The immortal Gu House Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal Gu houses were not mosquitoes, they could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the Gu immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal Gu house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now, both sides were flattened. A huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time, balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shui Songzi! Hui Fengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man Gu immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Langya first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fan Yuan who was not far away. Fan Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing, he looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Langya's suspicions immediately melted. He focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing was no longer at his original position. A strength path giant hand attacked him. He had to stop the process of collecting immortal Gu and dodge. This time, his expression was pale. The injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fan Yuan and the others, Qin Baixing's aura was gone. He was extremely weak. I will stop here for now. The next time I come, it will not be like this. Humph! Qin Baixing said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya roared as he chased. Qin Baixing and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya could not fly out of this blessed land. He could only watch as Qin Baixing and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet. This is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky. Fairy Jianyu transmitted to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's expression was grim. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal Gu is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jianyu's heart shook. She asked. Then what about Langya blessed land? I suggest we keep it for now. The hairy men there are very valuable. At this time, two hairy man goo immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies. It is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man goo immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous land spirit of Langia seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us goo immortals to refine goo normally. He did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man goo immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baixing thought about it and said, "Forget it, even though we still have 1 spy left. The urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal goo is nurtured. This immortal goo is related to our plan. We cannot lose it. As for Refinement Cauldron, we have taken more than half of it. It can be considered a remnant immortal goo house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use Dark Prison to make up for it. All right. When the time is right, we will attack together." The Shadow Sect members looked at Haiqing with obscure gazes. They did not transmit anymore. "Relocate! We need to relocate!" At this moment, in Langia Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langia muttered as he made up his mind. Long-hair ancestor had already passed away. Langia Blessed Land had become an ownerless Blessed Land, but it could still be relocated. This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire Blessed Land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable. The price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Langia explained to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Long-hair ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You two contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Fan Yuan. The land spirit of Langia said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fan Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Fan Yuan he knew. Fan Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langia let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Shortly after, he said, Without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing, Fairy Jiangyu, Hui Feng Zi, Helang Zi, and the rest, who had given up on Langia Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. Qin Baixing gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 intense explosions, Qin Baixing forced back the 3 invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Qinjinqi, actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last 1 move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Qinjinqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baixing with a furious expression. Damn it! The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Buffet Yen gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baixing's true strength is so strong! Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Old man Tian Long thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Feng Jioga was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were delayed. Qin Baixing and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path. Fragrant Sorcerer in Carved Wolf. Wind Path. Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi saw that the Central Continent Gu Immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heavens Ending Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioga attacked. His Sound Path Killer Move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were forced to retreat. Hui Fengzi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade-green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcerine statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioga! Qin Baixing roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baixing, I underestimated you. Last time, I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time, we had a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan, we were able to deduce this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioga was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall, like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face. His tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass! I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life, Qin Baixing said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Jioga stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baixing's posture, and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's 5-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baixing replied. Are you ready to die? Feng Jioga laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the Sex records. This 5-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qin created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Jioga was not nervous at all, he spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Jioga's temperament even more. Humph, you know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baixing sneered. Feng Jioga shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth, I faced heaven and earth, I revered heaven and earth, I felt the vastness of nature, I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature, it was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if heaven and earth song was stronger, or if five-finger fist heart sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing. Even Qin Baixing had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsangwater muttered. Lian Jiuxing's and Bai Chen Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain. The so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fake Gu. Next, we will have to control this refinement path Gu formation, it will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 Gu immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Okay. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fan Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fan Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp, he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fan Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fan Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal Gu to devour its meat and increase his strength path down marks. I am a strength path Gu immortal after all, strength path down marks are my foundation. Fan Yuan ate as he recalled the battle of Langya Blessed Land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fan Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face, he deceived almost everyone. Fan Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used Star Path killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fan Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Fan Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Gu. These 3 Immortal Gu were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wan Xiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Gu, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fan Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Gu to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 Gu Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Gu Immortals. I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Bai Xing, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Jioge. In this battle, Fan Yuan truly understood Qin Bai Xing's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fan Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self Giant Hand. In this situation, being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fan Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Bai Xing? His true strength is actually so deep. He Qing, Jiangyu, and Hui Feng Zi, how did they get together? Qin Bai Xing seems to be their leader. With He Qing in the group, He Luolan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya Blessed Land's situation is really complicated. In Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya Blessed Land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fan Yuan's influence that changed Langya Blessed Land's situation? In front of Fan Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Bai Xing, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I am truly weak. Fan Yuan looked down at his hand. It was covered in goat blood, it was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Bai Xing, Fan Yuan was like this huge horned goat, he could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Renzu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest Samsara left her father, Renzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad, she was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day, she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually, she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus, she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest Samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest Samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest Samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, tiny person, I did not cry, why are you crying? Boundless forest Samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe, I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world, this is the first time I have seen it, I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes, they would sigh at the greatness of the world, sometimes, they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus, they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest Samsara was understandable. Thinking back in my previous life, I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fan Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while, he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I am still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain, this is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Fan Yuan's immortal aperture death land, two wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will, like twinkling stars, flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will, it was on the verge of defeat. But Fan Yuan willed, another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably, only a few of them were left. Fan Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form, it used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula won, it formed into Fan Yuan's image, it looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture death land. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either, it has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fan Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak, there were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange, she did not recognize it. Thus, she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant, it looked very ordinary from the outside, Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire. Perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities, and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fan Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while, but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fan Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fan Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fan Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Gu Yue Fangjing was locked up inside. He was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him. it was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fan Jing became like this. Fan Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenchiru, Fan Jing did not react. Fan Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fan Yuan had already expected this, he did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fan Jing. In Danghun Palace, he could monitor Fan Jing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fan Yuan visited was because he wanted Fan Jing to know that he had been here. Fan Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fan Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Gyue Fan Jing, there were also Dong Fang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu Immortal Jingling's soul, and finally, there was Shui Songzi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dong Fang Naganori's soul had already been soul searched by Fan Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Jingling and Shui Songzi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had been soul searching these two people. Fan Yuan gained a large number of Mortal Gu recipes, many Mortal Killer moves, some Immortal Killer moves, a few Immortal Gu recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Jingling was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, and Shui Songzi was a Snow Path Gu Immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fan Yuan's Strength Path or Star Path. Before Fan Yuan had Wind Path Immortal Gu and Snow Path Immortal Gu, these could only be used to strengthen Fan Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Shui Songzi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fan Yuan did not know how Shui Songzi and He Qing got together with Qin Baixing and the rest. This soul path method was very profound, it made Fan Yuan sigh in amazement, he could not do anything about it. Of course, Zheng Ling and Shui Songzi had not finished soul searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fan Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of All-Out Effort Gu, under Fan Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the Blessed Land to Fan Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains, they seemed ordinary, but to Fan Yuan, they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Gu recipe of All-Out Effort Gu, just moving the Blessed Land. Be it Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly, it would cause great damage to the Blessed Land itself, it needed to use 12 Immortal Gu at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these Immortal Gu to Fan Yuan, and let Fan Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting, there was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 Gu Venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the Mini-Man in the legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with, it is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xing Xiangzi, you are still so ambitious. Ha! Tai Bai Yinxing was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Gu immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fan Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me. I am Sha Nan Jiang. I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Sha Nan Jiang flew up. In a few breaths of time, he arrived in front of Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head. His pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree. His hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers. His ears were also in the shape of shark fins. The sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fan Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jing Lan celestial walking immortal zombie body? The smile on Sha Nan Jiang's face froze. He stared at Fan Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xing Xiangzi? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. Fan Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal. I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fan Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunxing was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunxing had met Sha Nan Jiang. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Sha Nan Jiang used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fan Yuan. This was Sha Nan Jiang's tactful probing. Soon, Fan Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Sha Nan Jiang's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Sha Nan Jiang did not dare to be careless. He showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fan Yuan. With a respectful expression, he turned to Tai Bai Yunxing. Please follow me closely. Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later, the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color, as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fan Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yulu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise and Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsengyu joined hands to attack Fan Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door, he used Fanjing and Blood Path methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Baixing's group attacked Langya Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Gu Immortal Trader's soul to locate it and enter Langya Blessed Land. Thus, even if Fan Yuan did not capture Fanjing for blood deity, he would kill Fanjing for the sake of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way, there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the Blessed Land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Sha Nan Jiang activated his Gu worm, the crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. The two of you, please come in. Sha Nan Jiang invited. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and smiled. Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door. Sha Nan Jiang laughed lightly. Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now, He has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing nodded as they stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land. They were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour, there would be a mighty hail rain, and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Sha Nen Jiang took the initiative to introduce. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fan Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fan Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Sha Nen Jiang's traces were exposed by Fan Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fan Yuan lacked now was... it was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fan Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fan Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. He would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu immortal, Xing Xiangzi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yinxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha! After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yinxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fan Yuan. Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xing Xiangzi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon. I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Fan Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yinxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Bai Man, said, Xing Xiangzi, don't be modest. I heard that sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now? Fan Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Bai Man in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Bai Man. Immediately, Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he agreed. Then I will try. Please forgive me if it is inappropriate. Sir Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and try. Even if you fail, no one will blame you. Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality. He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fan Yuan. But he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yinxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yinxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fan Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fan Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws. The whole battlefield was a single entity. Fan Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fan Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Amazing! This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the down marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baixing's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary down marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary down marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the down marks of the immortal Aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash. Or the down marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The Blessed Land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yulu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fan Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fan Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh! Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the down marks in Yulu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary down mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yulu Blessed Land's down marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yulu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Baixing snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Langya Blessed Land's down marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yulu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the costs and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yulu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fan Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fan Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fan Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fan Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fan Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fan Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fan Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon, there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xing Xiangzi need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu immortal asked impatiently. He was Budan, a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fan Yuan appeared, Budan was the only half-wisdom path Gu immortal in the group. Xing Xiangzi's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fan Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fan Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Budan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fan Yuan. The other Gu immortals were also paying attention to Fan Yuan's performance. Budan asked the question that was on their minds. Fan Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it. In fact, this battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert Fairy Yu Lu." Fan Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. "Is that so?" Subaiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fan Yuan was not willing to give up. "Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce." Shark Demon nodded. He said, "Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and deduce with all your strength. We will block this attack for you." At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xing Xiangzi was highly praised by Tai Bai Yinxing, but now it seems it is not like what the letter said. "Sai, the last time I encountered the battlefield killer move and the space essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yulu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best." This way, the other Gu immortals no longer looked at Fan Yuan with much anticipation. Budan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the hidden Gu worms behind them. But this time, I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fan Yuan and the rest. The Gu immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Budan did not have an immortal Gu, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fan Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fan Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fan Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other Gu immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fan Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu immortal with an immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Not all Gu immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal Gu. The rain got heavier, the ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The Gu immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Fan Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal Gu at times. These killer moves and Mortal Gu hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fan Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The Gu Immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus, it was increasing rapidly. Roar! With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Gu master. A 40-meter tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 goo master. A 50-meter tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 goo master. But now, this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster. It could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them. Even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying, Subaiman quickly reminded. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Tai Bai Yinxing was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again, Shark Demon explained. A goo immortal on the left of Shark Demon sighed with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yulu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, she might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar! Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The goo immortals were not willing to face them head-on, they continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fan Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope! Fan Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things. In the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fan Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fan Yuan was a Wisdom Path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this Wisdom Path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fan Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a goo worm. This was a mortal goo. Together with other mortal goo and immortal goo, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fan Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal goo. But just as Fan Yuan was about to drag this mortal goo back for research, this mortal goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fan Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other goo immortals. Because of this mortal goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Budan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Budan's Wisdom Path inheritance was too incomplete and low level. His methods were limited. In contrast, Fan Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful Wisdom Path goo immortals. The previous one was the number 1 Wisdom Path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fan Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his Wisdom Path inheritance was. Good! Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortals' heads suddenly became twice as intense. Swish, swish, swish! The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xing Xiangzi, what did you do? Budan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fan Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon, Fan Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fan Yuan found the locations of several goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with goo worms, but they are all mortal goo. They are really well hidden, Even if I have a Star Path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fan Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal goo. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. South close. Soon, he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fan Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fan Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fan Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fan Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fan Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fan Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Budan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fan Yuan. This was the first time they met Xingxiangzi. They did not know about Fan Yuan's wisdom path strength. Budan could not do it anymore, now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger. Was it reliable or not? Lord Xingxiangzi. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Fan Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again, he tried to sow discord. Fan Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain, he cherished it. But now, his losses were huge. There was no progress, even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fan Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fan Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups goo to send a message to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xingxiangzi. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed, he said with grievance. How would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunxing was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunxing had an extraordinary precious immortal goo. He was an expert healer. He could not be offended. All right, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fan Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks. A 4th is not a big deal. Fan Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze. His heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fan Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's Immortal Zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future, in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the fifth attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fan Yuan pondered for a while, before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm! Ha! Tai Bai Yunshin cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunshin did not let him go under Fan Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal. As long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunshin is right. I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunshin continued. You might not understand, but I have known Brother Xingxiang Zi for a long time. I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunshin showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fan Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. An immortal zombie shouted. Look, quickly! The icy rain in the sky has weakened. Many desolate beast snow monsters are collapsing on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fan Yuan had changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Bai Yunshin's words for granted, but now that they had seen it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed. Maybe this Xingxiang Zi can really decipher this battlefield killer move? Earlier, Budan was helpless, but once he arrived, he destroyed 2 goo worms. He even reduced the battlefield's offense by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is higher than Budan's. I have to admit that the barbarians of the northern plains are indeed skilled. In everyone's heart. All of them were filled with hope. Budan was all smiles, but his heart was very gloomy. Fan Yuan's outstanding performance further accentuated his incompetence. Budan was very unwilling. He used his wisdom path methods to observe the battlefield again. With this observation, his heart shook, and he was filled with boundless joy. It turned out that Fan Yuan had unraveled 2 mortal goo, and had also relied on Budan's ability during the battle. He also found 1 or 2 flaws. He hurriedly calculated in secret. This was also one of his cleverness. Before there were any results, he restrained himself. He was silently accumulating strength for a counterattack. Fan Yuan secretly retracted his gaze from observing Budan and inspected the battlefield killer move in front of him again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was like a veil had been lifted. Freezing rain, frozen earth battlefield killer move revealed another 6 to 7 flaws. However, Fan Yuan was not happy at all. His heart was heavy. These 6 to 7 flaws. The price he had to pay was too high. In a short period of time, Shark Demon and the rest were kept in the dark. When the next wave of attacks arrived, they would feel the pain. Fan Yuan continued to deduce. He had already expended over 10,000 star thoughts in his mind. The battlefield attacks gradually stopped. Shark Demon and the rest let out a breath of turbid air. The pressure on their defense was very heavy. Now that they had passed the 4th round of attacks, their pressure was greatly reduced, but they did not let down their guard. Fan Yuan had also made some progress, but he did not make a move. He did not even use the probing methods that he had used earlier. He sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes, as if he was deducing with all his strength. But he was thinking inwardly. This battlefield killer move has its pros and cons when used to defend blessed lands. One of the biggest cons is that the battlefield killer move can form a temporary world. It is called a quasi-blessed land. Mortal goo and mortal killer moves could be used here. It was not like the blessed land where mortal killer moves were restricted. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. These battlefield killer moves greatly delayed the progress of the blessed land. Up until now, Shark Demon and the rest had not seen the true appearance of Yulu blessed land. And even if they could use mortal methods, the attacking goo immortals would not be able to save much immortal essence. Because once a battlefield attack is activated, the goo immortals would have to use immortal methods to advance and retreat. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in this Yulu blessed land, and use the blessed land's down marks to construct layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be amazing. When I relocate star-form blessed land in the future, I can use this method to form layers of defensive lines. Who immortal blessed land can also be used, in case who immortal blessed land is suddenly attacked in the future. These battlefield killer moves can give me enough time to move the blessed land's resources. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fan Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fan Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fan Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fan Yuan, nor was it Tai Bai Yinxing who was worried about Fan Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest. It was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xingxiangzi. Earlier, he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed. Fan Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability. Otherwise, Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu blessed land. With this discovery, Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, "Budan, you are truly amazing!" He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fan Yuan first. Fan Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fan Yuan to be helpless before he made a move, to slap Fan Yuan's face. But soon, he thought, what if Xingxiangzi also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally, he decided to make a move. "Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look!" Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xingxiangzi, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. "With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner." But at this time, Fan Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. "Oh no! What's wrong?" Tai Bai Yinxing cooperated. Fan Yuan said, "This mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead." Fan Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 898. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fan Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting." Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes. He looked at Budan, then at Fan Yuan. His expression darkened. "What is going on?" Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, "Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xingxiangzi looks like a good person." Budan pointed at Fan Yuan. "But he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know Brother Xingxiangzi's abilities the best. In my opinion, you are the petty person. Tai Bai Yinxing was furious. He immediately rebuked. Everyone shut up! Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fan Yuan. Xingxiangzi, what do you say? Fan Yuan laughed bitterly. I have nothing to say. Seeing his attitude, Su Bai Man couldn't help but frown. But Fan Yuan continued. But I have another question. I would like to ask Sire Budan. Fan Yuan was not angry at all. He was very charming. Compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Fan Yuan's attitude. He was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted. What do you have to ask? Fan Yuan smiled faintly. He stared at Budan and provoked him. If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully? Budan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fan Yuan's provocation, but at this moment, he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, Ask away! Fan Yuan sighed and said, I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs. But someone is making things difficult for me. I am only asking you, this freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now, there are several hiding places for goo worms. Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Fan Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment, he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it, and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon, he thought it through. He could not make a false report, he could only reply loudly. You asked to teach me? Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it, I will teach you. The goo immortals were shrewd. Hearing this, their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the goo immortals' minds. These goo immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xingxiangzi exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Budan with pity. He sighed inwardly. You want to fight with Fan Yuan like this? Fan Yuan knew Budan would reply like this. He laughed at this moment. Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the goo worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way, you might be able to understand how rash your actions were. Oh? Budan's lips twitched. He had already thought of an excuse. He immediately made things difficult for Fan Yuan. Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point? Haha, you need to answer properly. Lord Su Bai Man has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap. Fan Yuan naturally could not answer. But Fan Yuan was already prepared. He smiled lightly. My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method. How can it be leaked? Budan, you are so shrewd. Are you trying to steal my wisdom path method? Bullshit. Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Fan Yuan was not angry. He glanced at immortal zombie Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning. He was watching from the side, waiting for Fan Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Fan Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times. They had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Fan Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time, they were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Fan Yuan laughed, his expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, "Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully." Saying so, Fan Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away, before stopping. "Here, here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal goo. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here, you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. Or there, you need to use an ice path method to make it appear, then use lightning to destroy the goo worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal goo, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it." Fan Yuan spoke with certainty. The starlight specks stopped in the air, there were as many as 10 of them. The goo immortals were all smart people. Fan Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden goo worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-open eyes, but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. "I want to see if you are speaking the truth." "Wait." Fan Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Budan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. "What, Xingxiangzi, are you afraid?" Fan Yuan sighed. Looking at Budan, he gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Fan Yuan immediately spoke. "These hidden goo worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the goo worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps, they are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which ones should be touched and which should not be." After saying that, Fan Yuan turned to the immortal zombie Shark Demon, bowing. "Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry, I am not capable enough." Seeing Fan Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Budan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fan Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fan Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fan Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fan Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course, he could not do that. Because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader, he naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xingxiangzi was tied by Yinxing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xingxiangzi bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xingxiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher than Budan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu Blessed Land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. "Brother Xingxiangzi's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now." Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xingxiangzi brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. "I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier. To think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness, I spoke without thinking. Sigh, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Bodan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fan Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Bodan's face. It was like slapping Bodan's face repeatedly. But this time, Bodan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time, he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete, it could not compare to Fan Yuan. Since Fan Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Bodan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damned Xingxiangzi said? The pitiful Bodan was framed by Fan Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fan Yuan looked at Bodan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating, because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the goo immortals to feel heartache, but Fan Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then, the goo immortals would put in so much effort, but Fan Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fan Yuan would be. Thus, Fan Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Bodan, he was setting a trap in the goo immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fan Yuan thought of this and glanced at Bodan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high, I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The goo immortals naturally would not give up, after all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, Brother Xingxiang, please try again. Thus, Fan Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon, the fifth attack was launched, ice needles rained down, dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the goo immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go! This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Bodan, what should I say to you? Bodan's expression was ashen, he gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding goo immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The goo immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xingxiangzi! Xingxiangzi! He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Pound! Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunxing and Fan Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal goo was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xingxiangzi, Fan Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baimen see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area. It was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective, it was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup, Even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone, please look! This is the God Spear Shark, this is the Shattertooth Golden Shark, and that one over there is the Silver-Scaled Treasure Shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fan Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fan Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god's spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shattertooth Golden Sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shattertooth Golden Shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fan Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth. They formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver-scale great treasure shark was the largest. On Earth, it was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though the silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the Shattertooth Golden Shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality, they are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar, Fan Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Subaiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Subaiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subaiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Subai Man would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Subai Man had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, haha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Xin Clan Gu Immortal Shani Shi's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long, you might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea Area, the seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea Area, from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea, there are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea Area, mermaids have all kinds of beauty, there are countless mermen living there, they have great strength. They are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources, it is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Merman. Fan Yuan's heart jolted, a trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts, I hope you will accept them. This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fan Yuan did not reject any gifts. He had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance. Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. Good. I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Gu Immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you. Oh? Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Subai Man covered her mouth as she smiled and explained. You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will gift some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fan Yuan. They immediately understood. Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period, you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules. Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fan Yuan, however, suddenly thought, Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life? In his previous life, when Fan Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Subai Man had already died, the reason for their deaths was unknown. This Shark Sea had become someone else's property. The Gu Immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xinghua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu Immortal Zhu Xinghua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fan Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier. Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fan Yuan were blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. Of these 2 types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu Immortal Blessed Land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for Star Form Blessed Land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the Blessed Land. However, the numbers of these 2 types of sharks were far less than the Divine Spear Shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. Because the ferocity of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks could not compare to the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fan Yuan to obtain blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in the sea area. Fan Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. As for the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark, Fan Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many divine spear sharks, shattering teeth golden sharks, and silver scale great treasure sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fan Yuan quickly thought about it, and decided to help Tai Bai Yunxing. The cloud-line sharks that Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloud-line sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloud-line sharks, but the god's spear sharks, shattertooth golden sharks, and silver-scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunxing's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fan Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunxing without saying anything. Finally, with Fan Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunxing harvested an ideal number of cloud-line sharks. Tai Bai Yunxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. The 2 of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she asked, "What do you think of this Xing Xiangzi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted. "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Budan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed, I would also lose face. This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains." Su Baiman quickly consoled. "Don't be angry, husband. Such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demones had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, When Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains goo immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. Why is Madam suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madam some big gift, right? Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice. Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? It seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xing Xiangzi is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xing Xiangzi in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xing Xiangzi will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xing Xiangzi will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ha ha ha, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yinxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yinxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yinxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yinxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Goo was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by goo immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Goo was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fan Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other, and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby goo immortals. Tai Bai Yinxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fan Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yinxing, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship. Because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Ah? Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yinxing immediately felt something amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yinxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortal's 88-point Jinyang Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yinxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yinxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Eastern Sea Gu immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 regions' zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fan Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xing Xiangzi, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fan Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, "What pressure?" Fan Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song. Her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level. While Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor, Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources. It was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fan Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fan Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fan Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions, or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fan Yuan concealed his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fan Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li Village. Fan Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fan Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff, hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fan Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fan Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fan Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Fan Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Fan Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fan Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fan Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner, and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it, and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff, and was swept away by the sea current. Fan Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fan Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fan Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fan Yuan willed and several Gu worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fan Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fan Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea, it was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and used the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fan Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fan Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fan Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of lifeforms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fan Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fan Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fan Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fan Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fan Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fan Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fan Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted, sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased, and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo, they had no value to Fan Yuan. The only thing that caught Fan Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fan Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river, they were a type of fish. Fan Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fan Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fan Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point, he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Song Yishur was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishur and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishe arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishe went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishe's private territory. Song Yishe had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair, and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Fan Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. "It's about time." Fan Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Fan Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yanf seeing Xing Xiang Zi, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her. Song Yishe screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male goo immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishe fell into panic. "I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation." Fan Yuan waved his hand, talking nonstop. At this moment, Song Yishe's panic was replaced by intense anger. "Perverted scoundrel, die!" Song Yishe was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fan Yuan. "Immortal killer move, stream yarn!" The water vapor in the air intensified, and 2 streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishe was a water path goo immortal. This stream yarn was Song Clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fan Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Fan Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fan Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Goo, countless Fire Path Mortal Goo were like countless fireflies flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Fire Escape. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Fan Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fan Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. "Where are you going?" Song Yishe shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishe was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fan Yuan and flew out. "You can't escape." Song Yishe gritted her teeth. With the help of Star Fire Escape, Fan Yuan's speed was extremely fast. But because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao, from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. he was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishe bathing. Song Yishe acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now, there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishe hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishe relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament. And Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yishe, and was taught Gu master cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fan Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy, with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishe is young, and Song Clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishe was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gupai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers. Right now, he was patrolling around Emotion Poetry Sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yishe would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yishe more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gupai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fan Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishe also came out of the sea. Looking at Fan Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily. Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die. What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishe encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishe, don't worry, I, Yao Gupai, am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishe was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me! She was still a young girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fan Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person. He was one of the pursuers she hated. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishe was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Yishe's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yishe's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gupai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yishe faint. Kissing her, ah no, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yishe had been violated? How much humiliation! Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gupai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, "This damned old thing, old pervert, don't run! You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Yishe! I will peel off your skin! I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Yishe!" When Song Yishe heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud. Do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man, isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Yishi's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yishi had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss. She wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft. She could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy, was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had already calculated Song Yishi's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder. Fan Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Fan Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Fan Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yishi was a Gu immortal of a superforce, Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Fan Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents. It was not a life and death battle. At most, Fan Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yishi was a young girl. She did not have much experience. Her thoughts were still very conservative. This was the first time someone had seen her body. She was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened. Instead, he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yishi's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yishi. Song Yishi was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course, there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later, Song Qiyuan's lifespan was used up. He died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken. Song Yishi's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yishi. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yishi, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yishi trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful Sword Path Gu Immortal. This made Song Yishi fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam, bam, bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishi and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fan Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fan Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishi, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fan Yuan no matter what. Fan Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishi was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fan Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area.
What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting?
The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating.
It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Ishur, and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Ishur is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess.
Fan Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the net icy area.
What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Ishur, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand.
Fan Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait.
Fairy Ishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed.
Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight.
You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal, you dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable?
Lei Hong was enraged. Song Ishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fan Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim?
All of you, stop shouting! Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward.
Song Ishur could not hold it in any longer, and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet.
Why aren't you scolding anymore?
Fan Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better.
Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself.
Thus, Fan Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself.
Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting.
Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fan Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout.
I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing, you still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easily deceived?
The Gu immortals behind him scolded.
Fan Yuan shouted. Even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it. I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered. Shut up!
Song Ishur shouted. She was worried that Fan Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him.
If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Ishur, am not someone who kills innocent people.
Song Ishur had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Ishur was too capable. Her acting was not up to par.
Fan Yuan ran even faster, shouting, Do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent. I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up! Song Yishe was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fan Yuan's words. Seeing that Fan Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishe again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fan Yuan quickly said, "You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything. I only saw you bathing. This is all a misunderstanding." Song Yishe's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fan Yuan's shouting. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time, a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. "It's Seven Seas Snake Lady!" The Gu immortals chasing Fan Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally. The others subconsciously looked at Song Yishe's face. Song Yishe's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that Seven Seas Snake Lady and Song Yishe were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Seven Seas Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal. She had conflicts with Song Yishe, but because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishe. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishe felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? Seven Seas Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishe felt even more hatred and anger towards Fan Yuan. "You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into Seven Seas Snake Lady? What a joke!" This route was carefully chosen by Fan Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fan Yuan had investigated in detail. Seven Seas Snake Lady was the main focus of Fan Yuan's plan this time. Even though Seven Seas Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. Seven Seas Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fan Yuan. Seven Seas Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty. She was beautiful on the outside, vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom! With a loud sound, Seven Seas Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fan Yuan's pursuers. "Seven Seas Snake Lady, what are you doing?" Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishe's group was greatly disrupted. Such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. Seven Seas Snake Lady had an alluring body, she replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. "I will block Seven Seas Snake Lady." Continue the chase? He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of Seven Seas Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. Seven Seas Snake Lady and Fan Yuan did not know each other. She did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, Seven Seas Snake Lady showed a look of disgust. She stopped on the spot. "It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly." Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around Seven Seas Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed. After half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands. He was still escaping. "Damn it!" Song Yishe gritted her teeth. Looking at Fan Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishe also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now, she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now, all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishe's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. "It's about time."
Fan Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now, it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm. They were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal Killer Move, Position Star Swap. Fan Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. Don't think I don't dare to kill you! Fan Yuan growled, using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gupai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the Star Cloud Grindstone, Fan Yuan was already holding Yao Gupai's head in his hands. Humph, don't go too far! Fan Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gupai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep weariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later, in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishur, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishur was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular, and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xing Xiangzi's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishur's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fan Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fan Yuan in Xing Xiangzi's appearance. Fan Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's down marks. Fan Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain down marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fan Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai Bai Yinxing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fan Yuan sent them away. Fan Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fan Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fan Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers, he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishe and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fan Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones, even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fan Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Quartz warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the Big Tree Land Spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Woodpath Gu Venerable. Yao Gupai was also a Woodpath Gu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fan Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gupai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gupai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fan Yuan could only have evil intentions and planned to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fan Yuan scattered a group of mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fan Yuan's Gu formation. After finishing this task, this mortal Gu formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fan Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xing Xiang, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fan Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu immortals also looked at Fan Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fan Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, "Bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter. This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair." Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fan Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fan Yuan looked at him and laughed. he did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Subaiman, and Budan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Shan and Jiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth again. For this invasion, we will need you, Xing Xiangzi. Budan will assist you, Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fan Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fan Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing Freezing Rain Frozen Earth again, Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered, the damage caused by Fan Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fan Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice Immortal Goo, it was extremely effective against Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Even the Desolate Beast level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, upon meeting a mere Melt Ice Immortal Goo, its power fell sharply. The Goo Master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible Goo worms, only invincible Goo Masters. With Melt Ice Immortal Goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fan Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time, Fan Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dong Fang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fan Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fan Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fan Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's Wisdom Path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fan Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fan Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His Wisdom Path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the Freezing Rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice Immortal Goo that held up the battlefield. Chapter 905. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth dissipated, the world changed drastically. Since the original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, This was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield. It was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed. Oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the Gu immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Qing Xiangzi, Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This Fighting Soul Battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Fan Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless. They used their methods to break it. Fan Yuan soon realized. This Fighting Soul Battlefield was different from Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. The latter's attacks were flawless. They were integrated into one. No one could attack them. But right from the start of Fighting Soul Battlefield, Fan Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal Gu. As time passed, Fan Yuan found more and more hidden points. There were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands. The number of Gu worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Fan Yuan's expectations. Fan Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Fan Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon, Fan Yuan and Budan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this Fighting Soul Battlefield was several times stronger than the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth's attacks were intermittent. There was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the Gu immortals to rest and recover. Once the War Soul Battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon, Desolate-class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 Desolate-class soul beasts, and ancient Desolate-class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the Profound Ice House and escape in a sorry state. There are too many Gu worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, but I lack methods. I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Budan faced Shark Demon. He did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Fan Yuan also frowned. With my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the War Soul Battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then, according to your deductions, with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points, they are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them, I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Sha Nanjiang involuntarily blurted out. 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time. There are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, If that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These Gu immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many Gu immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, "Then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xing Xiang Zi, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low." Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Thank you, Lord Shark Demon, for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yishe cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xing Xiang Zi, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone will meet again next time." Looking at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing flying away, Budan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. "This Xing Xiang Zi does not know what is good for him, Lord. He actually did not appreciate your kindness." Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "If you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this?" Budan had a bitter expression. "Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete, my ability is limited." Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Subaiman got closer and smiled. "Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xing Xiang Zi and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu Immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xing Xiang Zi also has Immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill that Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal." Even though he offended Song Yishe, the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan, because Song Clan is a righteous path superforce with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song Clan's reputation is damaged. They will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xing Xiang Zi will feel immense pressure. At that time, won't he come to our side? That is true. My wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Su Baiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luo Pa Valley. The battle around Luo Pa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baixing's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioga's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioga and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baixing's side could only continue to hole up in Luo Pa Valley. "Jian Yu, how are your injuries?" "How are your injuries?" Qin Baixing visited Fairy Jian Yu. "In another half a day, I will be completely healed." Fairy Jian Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baixing's expression shone with joy. "That's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan." "What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan?" Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. She could not help but ask. Qin Baixing said solemnly, "It won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Border's Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated." Sigh. Feng Jioga is truly an amazing person. His self-created heaven and earth song can actually fight evenly with my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant. The immortal goo being refined in Luo Pa Valley has yet to take form. This goo is related to the plan. We cannot lose it. But now that Luo Pa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure. We need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioga had fought dozens of times. They had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baixing was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioga's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baixing heard this and sneered in his heart. "You endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again?" Qin Baixing flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioga. "Brother Feng,
You and I have fought dozens of times, we already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation? As long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack. Feng Jioge laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence. Brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days I was in closed cultivation, and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier. Oh? Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn. Feng Jioge raised his head slightly and said loudly, This time, I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Jioge sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time, when Feng Jioge sang the Submission Song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jioge's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baixing's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baixing's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jioge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no! Qin Baixing's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jioge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jioge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it! He Langzi cursed. They were few in numbers, they needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baixing was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jioge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog, countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed, most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate-level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jioge's control. Good! Feng Jioge stopped singing, he clapped his hands and praised. Using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this soul taker battlefield is outdated, even though it was created by spectral soul demon Venerable, he created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better battle soul battlefield. Soul Taker Battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul Battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jioge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried, he praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baixing smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better battle soul battlefield based on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation. It is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature, he reduced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jioge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker Battlefield, it is the Trillion Slaughter Field created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his later years. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea, Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me! Song Yisha rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan.
Song Chi-yuan and a group of rank 7 Gu immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yisher barged in like this. Song Chi-yuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yisher was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Chi-yuan did not know about this. This young female Gu immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind. I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Chi-yuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea. But... He dragged his words. Song Chi-yuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiachi to help you? Song Yisher's eyes shined. Forgetting her own honor, she thought of something and asked excitedly. Grandpa, is it about ascending Heaven Plane? Song Chi-yuan did not hide it from her, he admitted. That's right. Ascending Heaven Plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in Ascending Heaven Plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Rualai clan. We will try our best to obtain Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history, he had the same fame as Old Immortal Kong Ju. Long hair ancestor and Old Immortal Kong Ju. According to historical records, Old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial 9 heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yisher was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those 2 clans. You don't need to worry about their matters. However, Uncle Song Xiachi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jiadan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Haha, my good granddaughter. All right, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Chi-yuan tossed out a token. Song Yisher hurriedly took it, and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yisher floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu immortal beside him. Uncle Xiachi, how do I go in? Song Xiachi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yisher. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jia Dan will sense it. Song Yisher raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yisher and Song Xiachi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jia Dan. Song Jia Dan was a wisdom path Gu immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. Uncle Jia Dan! Song Yisher called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu immortal Song Jia Dan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jia Dan. Song Jia Dan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jia Dan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pen Jia Dan, Huan was hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jia Dan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishe and Song Xiachi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue, his muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. Little Shi, cousin Xiachi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected. Song Yishe took the initiative to hand over 2 goo worms. Let me take a look at the token first, Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishe and Song Xiachi, he was impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 goo worms in Song Yishe's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. I can't deduce it. What? At once, be it the expectant Song Xiachi or the confident Song Yishe, they were both extremely shocked. Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path goo immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it? Song Yishe shouted. Little Shi, don't be anxious. Song Xiachi's expression was solemn. Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it? Song Jiadan was still expressionless. His voice was deep and slow. What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation. That is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiachi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan. It is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yishe said unwillingly. Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, There are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path goo immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xing Xiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to Northern Plains? Second, how could Xing Xiangzi have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nangong Tribe's Gu Immortal Huan, or Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity C? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yishe requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly. No. The clan is making a huge move. We are fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods. I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Song Yishe heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily, All right, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yishe was ignored at the side. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xing Xiangzi was a small matter. Song Yishe was pampered. But she cared about the big picture and the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Fan Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Fan Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves: Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape, and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yishi's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Fan Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Sha Nanjiang's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Fan Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity, in this short period of time, perfecting Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my Star Path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective Gu appeared in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the Gu came from Land's Spirit of Langya. Land's Spirit of Langya has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal Gu now. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land's Spirit of Langya, and then relocate Starform Blessed Land. In Fan Yuan's plan, Starform Blessed Land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in Northern Plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Starform Blessed Land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulon knew the location of Starform Blessed Land. He Lulon knew, that meant Fairy Lishan also knew. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person. Since he was the owner of Starform Blessed Land now, he naturally had to move the Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Floating Astronomy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.